Huh? Where are we? Mercury? Oh my gosh, Earth, right? You know, has birds, trees, fish, s'mores. Okay. We're resynced now. We're back on schedule. Good old Monday night Pokemon Showdown. As always, got a little under 30 minutes before the bracket starts. If we have one, we'll see. It's okay if we don't. Oh my gosh. That username might get reported soon. We might not see them around in a few days. It's so funny how people just do stuff like that. I would love to see their reactions if they get infractions pretty fast, or just in general. Alright, let's play random battles. Because you're hoping that they start reflecting upon, you know, play dumb games, win dumb prizes. Like Dale. Dale, Ghost, Alex Jones. But that's kind of like the endless loop of narcissists, is they never admit what they can fix for themselves. It's always someone else's problem. So it's just a constant spiral of like them freaking out and being super foolish scumbags over and over. Nice. Hey, what's up, Ash? How you doing? Mario Kart DS Online, nice. That takes me back. I got Mario Kart DS or Mario Kart 7. I mean, they're both really good games, so. Play both. Nice. Yeah, I mean, kind of like Metroid Prime Hunters, you know, there's at least a server in Europe that has helped keep online alive, which is really cool. Shoutouts to those people helping out with that. Ooh, I love this song. Who made the playlist? I really do forget at times. If you get an error code, it gives you a phone number. Alright, now still be careful there, Ash. Hold on. The Metroid Prime Hunters Revival Group has not verified this number. You could be getting scammed. I don't know if you want 10 printers at your house for $10 million. Maybe you do, but that doesn't sound like a smart financial decision. A new printer would be nice. Gotcha. Wait, what's NFC? Minecraft skin Mario. Oh, and Mario Kart 7. Oh, okay. Yeah, we always just said Wi-Fi, but I got you, I got you. Oh, Shooting Star and Mario Kart DS, it's pretty cool. Ash, you want to be in the Pokemon All-Use Tournament in 9 minutes? If no one else says they want to enter, you win. You can literally just grab a team from the description. Seriously, in 9 minutes, if no one else says they want to play, you do win. If you just say you want to play. N64 Rainbow Road, gotcha. Okay, Ash is in. 9 minutes in counting. Ooh, energy ball, nice. Ash, you could play on your phone. That's also an option for sure. Switch. Hey, he's back. Hey. Well, Pint, Ash, go ahead and grab a team from the description if you don't have one. Make sure it's legal. So you have one, check your team. Make sure there's one OU, one UU, one BL, 3 RU Pokemon. Well, there's many in the description. Like I said, if no one shows up in 6 minutes wanting to play, congrats! Nasty plot. My main team. Hey, there you go. Yes, I actually checked it today. Teams don't update till every 2 months when the formats update. Ash, do you want a Pokemon notification on the community Discord? I alert people every Monday when we're about to start the tournament. Some people want that role, so it's all used. So it'd be National Dex. Oh, Doodle is here. You might have an opponent. This will be my last ladder game, and then we'll get ready. Oh, you have off. Okay, it's all good. They might have Encore. We will see. Maybe. Okay, well, we might have Ash versus Doodle tonight. 3 out of 5. Thief! Thief! No, you're alright, Ash. You're terrible. Well, the crazy thing about off-road is, well, I mean, off-road is in general going to slow you down by a lot. So there, you know, obviously the Shooting Star is meant to have lower off-road stats, but there are a lot of ways to circumvent off-road. I mean, I love how a mushroom just kind of pierces through that, which is pretty nuts. Or a Starman. Alrighty, we are ready to go. 3 out of 5. Doodle versus Ash. You know when you guys are. Well, I'll keep refreshing until you guys are going. So. Let me open up Monday Night Pokemon. Go. 30 hours in Prime Hunters. Nice. Who's your favorite character to play as? No wrong answer. All right, we are here. Doodle versus Ash. All right, we are starting with Metagross versus Kartana. Steel type dual leads. The showdown begins. Both forged in the fires of high attack steel typing discipline. And we see a Smart Strike versus Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock, pretty good spread damage. Smart Strike, never gonna miss. Kartana, known to have pretty high physical attack. So is Metagross. Metagross can definitely run like support sets with things like Stealth Rock. Could use like Psychic Fangs to destroy Reflect, Light Screen, and Aurora Veil. Kartana actually sometimes can run Defog too. It's pretty interesting. Okay, we have a switch to Arctozolt. Knockoff hitting the choice scarf here. All right, got the Bolt Beak going versus Heavy Slam. And Metagross is packing Bullet Punch for that priority. Got Vanillux going. Metagross does go for Heavy Slam. That is pretty good damage. Vanillux is pretty bulky, and Snow actually increases its defense. So it looks like, yeah, there might be some attack investment there. Yeah, it was a great call for sure. Here comes Venusaur. Okay, is packing the Earth Power, trading with Heavy Slam here. Those leftovers really playing a big factor in trades right now. We do have a switch to Great Tusk. Gets the Photosynthesis attack boost thanks to Booster Energy. Goes for Rapid Spin, boosting attack. Xurkitree getting that hidden power. Going for close combat here. Rapid Spin definitely doubling up a lot for a lot of Great Tusk sets as both a utility move, but also just flat out stat boosting for him, as we're seeing with now attack boosted and speed boosted. Going for the close combat, kind of doing an almost all-in type play where your defenses go down, but you're going to just keep on trucking. Potentially. I mean, there's always the... You know, there's 5 different Pokemon right now that Doodle could switch to. So we do have the close combat here. Got the switch to Iron Jugulis. That's cool they added Mabel's modern, or latest design. She's like on a redemption arc. I didn't know they added that as a trader avatar already. I didn't expect them to add it anytime soon either. I didn't even think about that. It's cool that she has that. All right. Doodle going up 1. Now you are allowed to switch teams if you want between games. It is 3 out of 5. Some good classic sportsmanship here. They are jumping right into the next one. Here we go. Alright, Slowking versus Venusaur. Going for the Giga Drain versus Trick Room here. Well, I mean, that's just in the rules. That's been there since day one. You can't switch teams. It's okay, welcome back. Good Earth Power. Looks like a hard read there. Okay, goes for the Giga Drain. Metagross throwing out the Stealth Rock. Okay, Sludge Bomb being thrown out. Now Metagross is immune to poison, but if Doodle was going to switch to like Superior, that would have been super effective for sure. Alright, here we go. Slowking versus Venusaur. Oh, nice. Good Lumberry heal. Goes for Chilly Reception. So Slowking is going to pivot out with the Snow out. Oh, well, it was Slowking's berry, the Lumberry.
Check it out now. Yeah, check it out, yo. Yo, check it out now.
Alright, here we go. Fight of the starters. Greninja versus Venusaur. Pretty fun matchup to watch in general. Goes for the Ice Protean Weather Ball. That's pretty cool. I actually never thought about Weather Ball changing Protean's type. That's really cool. Right, we got Arcazult versus Greninja here. Greninja is a Go-Go? Is he like a ancient paradox Pokemon of Go-Go? Is this Brutal Leaper? Goes for the Bolt Beak, 85% there. If Arcazult moves first with Bolt Beak, or if the opponent switches, it does double damage. Going to 170, and then stab. Okay, got the switch to Kartana versus Superior. We're going for hidden power here. Pretty good coverage there. Go for Vanilla. Why is Arcazult's Choice Scarf with Slush Rush? I mean, there's many reasons. I know you were the one that summoned the snow, so he wasn't even using his snow, so we can't even verify if they're running Icy Rock or not. It could be just a generalized Bolt Beak speed control type set, and then Snow can add to that by outspeeding a lot of other Choice Scarf users. What is DQ serve again? Oh, I see the setup. I see the joke. I won't spoil it. Let's see the next turn. Let's see if it happens. Hold on. Hold on. He's kind of cooking. he's cooking. Ah! That's good. I like that. I like that. There you go. I see the vision there. No. I see the joke. That was good. Okay, Superior getting that hidden power going. Alright, here comes Iron Jugulus. Whoa, Ash. Thankfully, there's no killing in Pokemon. I think we're okay. Knockouts, there we go. Let's civil knockouts. Okay, got the trade of Dark Pulse versus Dragon Pulse. Okay, you got Arcazult rolling out Freeze Dry here. Okay, going for the Hex versus Freeze Dry. Hey, you know what? Just do your best. Say GG at the end. It's okay. You could get 5 freezes, 10 crits, 15 Dairy Queen Blizzards. That sounds like a plan. Okay, PSA, if you're going to eat 15 Dairy Queen Blizzards, probably invite a bunch of friends and family and share. You probably get sick pretty fast. I haven't had a blizzard in a long time, though, I will say. Alright. Don't forget, you can change teams if you want. Doodle goes up one more. GG's, GG's. Oh, he's jumping right in. You love to see it. He's keeping at it. Looking like might be the same team, just It's like they're keeping at it in a fighting game. Zangief versus T-Hawk. Alright. Alright, here we go. Metagross versus Circuitry. Illegal? I mean, you just have to do a quick check. You could always copy another team in the description too if you want to mix stuff up. Don't worry, Ash. They have 300 seconds. You could probably drive to Dairy Queen if you have a license. Get a blizzard, eat it, come back, microwave some popcorn, eat it. They'll come back, and you'll have a great game. Better start driving. They are back. All right, Circuitry goes for the Blunt Thunderbolt versus Metagross's Stealth Rock. Switch to Miss Magius. Oh, we see the electric terrain. Oh, yeah. I don't think he changed anything on my... Well, there's quite a few things. Looks like he kept the same from my team in the description, my personal team. And that's another reason for Choice Scarf Arc Result, is you can Choice Scarf, Electric Terrain, Stab, Bolt Beak. All right, Miss Magius does go for Will-O-Wisp here. Another Thunderbolt by Circuitry. Goes for the Hex. Circuitry still up. Uses Hidden Power Ice. Gets the Beast Boost. Sorry, I didn't mean to reveal your hidden power. We did see it hit. Was it super effective? That was just me going like, oh yeah, this is my team. My bad, not trying to reveal that. Alright, Ash, now go get 3 blizzards. M&M, Oreo, Thin Mint Chip. Well, you don't have to say chip at the end. Thin Mint. Every now and then, Dairy Queen does like the Blizzard of the Month, where it's Girl Scout Cookie Thin Mint. They kind of cooked. If you did have a single dollar to your name, well, you know, maybe your Dairy Queen will have a 1 cent sale. Well, actually, well, I guess Canadian money's a bit different. Alright, 5 Canadian pennies. Lying in your couch. Dairy Queen sees the hard work and they're like, you know what, Ash? Here's some chicken tenders. 10 of them. And the Girl Scout Cookie Blizzard. Large. Could happen. Uh-oh. Ash, just click buttons fast. Here we go. Bam, bam, bam. Rapid fire. Go crazy. Well, if you do this game real quick, you will have 5 minutes. We technically have 5 minutes between games. Or 1 minute. 1 minute. You'll have 1 minute. Okay. Let us hope Doodle is okay. If you want to switch teams either player, you can right now. Definitely try to check in on your internet if you can. Sorry if that's going a bit crazy.
That's kind of a cute ending. Let's try it again.
Okay, buddy.
What, 500 Quizno sandwiches? Maybe tomorrow. I might get sick, though. Okay, normally we just have 1 minute, but because we have one contestant, we usually wait 1 minute between games. We're just making sure the internet's okay. So I will go get coffee. Hopefully everyone can sync back up pretty soon. Hopefully everyone's doing all right. So I'll be right back. all good. Make sure, yeah, just go ahead and check your connections. Glad you're okay. And I will be ready to start when you guys are. Good, good. Alrighty, looks like they're ready to go. Alrighty, here we go. Game 4. Alright, Slow King versus Vanillux ASAP. We do see the Snowscape, or the Snow Warning, summoning the snow from Vanillux. Goes for the Aurora Veil versus Metagross here. Stealth Rock versus Freeze Dry. Okay, getting some chip damage there. Metagross is getting some healing. Knocking off the Light Clay. Got the Water Pulse firing off. Okay, Heavy Slam on Vanillux. Vanillux going for Blizzard. There you go. There's his punchline. Hold on. Ha ha ha. See, there's still some laughter there. Okay, we do see the switch to Circuitry here. Aurora Veil does basically increase your team members' defenses by double. It technically cuts physical and special attacks in half, damage-wise. But, yeah, in a nutshell, you're basically doubling your defenses. Okay, Miss Magius going for Will-O-Wisp there. Getting Substitute. Going for Thunderbolt. Got some trades here. That's pretty smart. Yeah, using Substitute to bypass turns on Aurora Veil. Goes for the Hex with Substitute up. Okay, we do see Venusaur here. Okay, Will-O-Wisp is hit on Venusaur. Does a Giga Drain. Gets like all her health back. But yeah, definitely some burn damage there. Earth Power, but yeah, Miss Magius does have Levitate. Cannot be hit by ground moves. Goes for the Nasty Plot. Okay, getting a Sludge on there. Ghost does resist poison. Okay, gets a Hex. Alright, we do see Iron Jugulus here. Gets hit by Will-O-Wisp. Going for Air Slash. Stab Hex versus Air Slash there. Alright, now we see Slowking versus Iron Jugulus. Goes for the Dark Pulse. Slowking going for Chilly Reception. Switching out to Greninja here. Goes for the Ice Protean Weather Ball. Switch to Vanillux here. Okay, does survive the Weather Ball. Goes for Water Pulse. And yeah, actually, yeah, Greninja, Ice Greninja means that he will get a defense boost in the snow. Do we see the switch to Great Tusk, being immune to Volt Beak, thanks to his ground typing. Switch to Kartana. Great Tusk looking to get a rapid spin here. Okay, Kartana going for Smart Strike. Substitute going there. Another got Sacred Sword running. Okay. Hidden Power. Kartana does resist, or not resist, but takes neutral damage here. 45% on the Hidden Power. Gets the Beast boost. Okay, goes for Defog, getting rid of the Stealth Rock there. Chilly Reception into Greninja. Goes for Dark Pulse. Protean switch to Dark type. Okay, here comes Arctozolt under the snow. Switch to Great Tusk here. Yeah, ground is immune to Volt Beak. Now Snow will boost Arctozolt's defense. Ash, I mean, you could keep clicking Volt Beak, then start getting struggle damage. There you go. Close combat versus Volt Beak. All right, and Doodle takes it. Now, Ash, let me show you something real quick. You did awesome for coming back after so long. Let me show you something about my team. Now, yes, I will confirm Ash was running. It looks like Ash was running my team. I trust him. Looks like it was. So, here it is. Gen 9 all-use team, right? Okay, Ash, do not beat yourself up. For Mega Evolution, you have to click a toggle that says Mega Evolution. So right below Venusaur's moves, you would have seen like a Mega Evolution toggle. You'll need to click that so you can Mega Evolve if you want to boost your stats. So that's one thing. I know if you were running my team, you were running Mega Venusaur. So that's your UU Pokemon. For Xurkitree, you actually had a Z Crystal window. So you actually could have toggled Z Electric Terrain to boost your speed. You could also do Z Thunderbolt. My usual plan A is to look for an opportunity to click Z Electric Terrain because your speed goes up by one stage. And then your electric moves will do more damage. Oh, you purposely did it Mega? Okay, you're allowed to do that. You just kind of have to prove that you were running Mega. Because technically Venusaur is RU. So you have to prove that this was your item. But I trust that that's your item. But you did good. Assault Vest? Yeah, Assault Vest, Iron Jugulus. So Quark Drive activates with Electric Terrain. So there are opportunities where you do Z Electric Terrain. You try to just fire off all cylinders with Xurkitree. And if he gets knocked out, you can either send out Arctozolt or Iron Jugulus, and they both get kind of boosted by Electric Terrain in different ways. But yeah, you did good. It was fun to watch. And then, yeah, obviously you did defog with Kartana, which is good because, yeah, getting rid of hazards is strong overall. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to random batters. Let me update the leaderboard. Again, we do this every Monday. at this time, 6:30 Central Standard Time. You just have to show up and say, I want to play. We will give a prize to first place at the end of November. And it is Gen 9 all use. Well, I'm glad you had fun. If you know, I know you said you have notifications off, but if you want that role, it's on the community Discord on the channel, like get community roles. Yeah, get game community roles. Good. I'm glad you showed up, man. Have fun playing Mario Kart DS and 7. Those are both great games. This is an original from Deltarune. But yeah, it's a really good song. I actually had to remind myself that that new chapter came out this year. I was just so used to waiting. So yeah, we did get that, and it was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to playing the next chapter next year. Ooh, nice. Also, Ash, your Mugen team's been doing really well. We've been really entertained just watching Hugo, Klubba, Chun-Li, and Machin Buu kind of go crazy. It's been a lot of fun for sure. Terra. Easy rapid spin. Yeah, it's really good. Terra Poison, Levitate, Cryogonal. It's really strong. Sucker Punch. Deltarune or Undertale on a 3DS. Is Deltarune on 3DS? Oh, okay, are you just doing like a hypothetical? Like which one would I, like, are you saying which one would I prefer on 3DS? A port for Undertale on 3DS? That's pretty impressive. Bite. Okay, I'll be right back. Hola. Flipnote 3DS is peak comedy? Oh, you're writing the reboot of The Office? Yeah, Flipnote is pretty cool. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 on 3DS. I guess, wasn't it on 3DS? Yeah, that was that time. Wait, someone like made a mod port? It was laggy. Yeah, I could see the 3DS one having some like frame rate issues. It's kind of crazy to think that it got ported. I mean, I'm glad hopefully kids got to play it and hopefully had fun. I do like Five Nights at Freddy's 4, so. It's a cool Garchomp set. Ultimate Custom Night is really cool. It really is like Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate. Well, wait, it'll be what? That sounds like it fits right in. Isn't that the theme? Wait, maybe there's extra DLC. You fight demons. 2020 mode on 3DS. Isn't it 2020 mode? Because, well, regardless, yeah, it probably would. You might lose a screen. Your 3DS might become a black hole. You might send that to NASA. Yeah, all 20. NASA might be involved in the all 2020 mode. Is this Clangorous Soul? They have 1 through 4 ported to 3DS. I mean, I am really happy for Scott Cawthon that he made such a cool indie game idea that, like my mom said, how was that not made earlier? Because, you know, she grew up in the 80s going to Chuck E. Cheese with her friends and family. So when I told her about, I remember being in college, summer 2014, I'm like, Mom, they made a horror game based off Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. And she basically was like, oh my gosh, how was that not a thing earlier? Yeah, me, my brother, and my mom all love that series, just in general. It's really cool. It's kind of sad that Chuck E. Cheese isn't tapping into that. They could, they filed for bankruptcy a few years ago, and they're not doing so well right now. They really could tap into that animatronic horror aesthetic. I mean, while keeping, like, obviously a kid-friendly branding too. I think you could do both. Five Nights at Freddy feels like it meant to be played on 3DS. Seems like a pretty nice compact thing for sure. We could never have an actual Freddy's restaurant. Some idiot would recreate everything. You know, I'd like to say that human beings would be better than that on average, but unfortunately I think there are actually quite a few William Aftons out there right now. Oh no. You're in night 3 of Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Yeah, that game's not like easy either. I love the aesthetic of the 4 main animatronics. The nightmare animatronics, really cool. Whoa, Ash! Whoa! What kind of port is this? He's going crazy. Hey, what's up, man? You want to get a PS3 again so you can play Skate 3 or a PSP? I don't know what the price of either are. Is Skate 3 not on modern PlayStation Network stuff? Ash, did you know that one of our moderators is like one of the big sound guys on the newest Skate game? Cool dude. He was so humble about it when he he didn't tell me about this for months, and I find out that he's one of the big, like, or he's not the head sound designer, but he's one of the, like, when they roll the credits to the sound designers, he definitely, I think he did a lot from what I gathered, and I mean, props to him. It was Curtis Zohara on the community Discord. Cool dude. I had a good stream last night. Oh, you talking about TF2 and some Marvel Rivals? Well, I'm glad you had fun. I've had people tell me that they'll tune in just to like hang out and listen to the music and stuff. Well, if I can help people have a better day, that I think that's already a great day worth, you know, going for. Yeah, cool dude. He's on here almost every Wednesday. You've obviously seen him many times, but yeah, he's so humble. He actually met me through LinkedIn. He saw that I was streaming Yu-Gi-Oh, and I've known him for over 2 years now. Great guy. And like I said, he's so humble. It took a while, and then I found out he's like, you know, again, a sound designer for the new Skate game, which I will be playing in the near future for sure. He wants to hear my impressions on it and stuff, and for sure, I'm gonna pay attention to like what he's worked on and stuff. I know he did a good job overall. He probably could answer you in the next 5 minutes. Let me see if he's around. I don't know who that is, but you play Skate all the time. Okay, let me see if I can get him. Hold on. Alright, he might be on here in like the next 5 minutes. Let's see. He'll be here Wednesday, that's for sure. So if he doesn't answer in time, which he usually does answer pretty fast on the community Discord, he'll probably be here Wednesday. Spirit break, nice. He's a good guy. I'm excited to play that game. Oh, is this... They might just flat out use his new signature electric move. Like ASAP. Oh, knockoff, nice. Oh, good grass knot. Customize it to your desire. I don't know too much about Skate. Obviously, it's like heavily inspired and a competitor with the Tony Hawk series. I bet Tony Hawk loves the Skate series too, though. I don't think he's hostile towards that type of competition. In fact, have you seen Tony Hawk on Last Meal? I really recommend you guys check out Tony Hawk on Last Meal recently. That dude is such a humble, down-to-earth guy. He is all for skateboarding just being more out in the public more and more. So I think he definitely would love a game like Skate. He's probably seen it by now. That's like his big ambition with something like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was just really helping like expand upon to the masses, you know, skateboarding in general, and it worked. A lot more people wanted to skateboard after the first Tony Hawk's Pro Skater came out. This might be like Choice Scarf Psychic. Oh, they have a fairy move? Oh, Thunder Wave, that's smart. Yeah, pressure with substitute's really good with Raiko. And I'm choice locked into one move. That was smart to U-turn. In case, yeah, to not have Hydro Pump potentially miss, get a knockout with super effective, like a super effective bug move, and then circumvent the defense drop. Yeah, it's good. good encore. I was definitely going for recover. Is this Terra Steel? Shadow Sneak. Oh, I didn't know Slithering could learn Wild Charge. That's really cool. Nice. It's really cool. I think that's mix attacking for a giraffe, which in random battles, all Pokemon's EVs are set to 85 across all stats. That's really cool. I like that a lot. I don't know who made that for a giraffe set, but I bet it's like it could be like Body Slam, Side Shock, Thunderbolt. Could be Substitute. Thunderbolt, Side Shock, Body Slam. Yeah, could be Substitute. Could be Future Sight. Nice. Good Hurricane. Might have side shock here. Oh, grass not nice. Grass not. Good on 4. Little list. Good heat crash. On that Golduck set was incredible. I've never seen that one before. The Encore Nasty Plot Hydro Pump Grass Knot. I think it was Cloud 9 too. Yeah, that was awesome. They played super well overall. The wide lens set, that's pretty cool. Cross slash. Doors through. Switch. Switch. Stealth rock. what's up? 500 Quizno sandwiches? Maybe tomorrow. Some leftovers recovery. Good body press. Coffee real quick. That looked like a terror read. Or potentially like a switch out read too. road spray shift gear. That's really cool. Shift gear. That's a cool foil set. Call out. Nice, nice. love that electronic multi-note rising sequence in the background. It's really good. That's really cool, that instant aurora can learn close combat. shock. Nice.
Discovery, your goal for APU shutdown on time. We're gonna test it out first.
Alright, I'll do one more, and then we'll be ready for Metroid Prime Hunters. It's a good focus blast. Good kowtow cleave. Alright, I'll be right back, and then we'll go to Metroid Hunters. They're in good place. That focus blast turn one was like really good. That's a trait of a really strong player is kind of try to blitz him at times like that. That was killer. Go big or go home. Alright, 1 second. I think every time I get Silex on random first, it goes to VDO gateway. That might be a big part of the RNG manipulation. It's funny. I made you love Metroid Prime again. Hey, I love hearing that. Yeah, I've had people tell me that they started playing Metroid Prime Hunters, and or they just bring up great memories they have of the Metroid series when they hear my like username, and or see it like at tournaments and live streams. So I love hearing that because Metroid is a great series, and this game specifically has some of the coolest characters ever made. Honestly, Nintendo, obviously their biggest crimes overall have been how much they neglect their sci-fi IPs, and specifically these characters here. Obviously, well, even Samus has been a bit neglected. Thankfully, there's been more Metroid games lately, GG. But yeah, the 7 Prime Hunters, they have some of the coolest designs ever, and it's crazy that we've barely seen them in other games, aside from Samus, but even then, I think we definitely could use even more Metroid games, just this decade alone. Because, when Richard Verodi and Andrew Jones were paid by Nintendo to make other characters parallel to Samus, they could have just done like 6 Samus recolors, but instead they're like, no, let's make them all like super distinct, all like distinct parallels to Samus. Like Samus is the definition of rule of cool. Let's do that 6 more times. I don't know if you know the background story of how all these Prime Hunters were made, but in a nutshell, Richard Verodi at Nintendo Software Development was paid to write up these characters. He would go and to his office and write their backstories and concept notes of what they look like. And then Nintendo brought in Andrew Jones from Retro Studios, and he took Richard Verodi's concept notes and he drew these characters. Because Andrew Jones is so talented, also it adds to that Metroid consistency. Like, hey, we just finished Prime 1 and 2. Let's make these Prime Hunters in the art style of Prime 1 and 2. So we're about to see Silex next month, and I will be playing Prime 4 every day I stream until that game's done. That'll be a lot of fun for sure. I'm starting Black Mesa tomorrow, early afternoon. I've beaten Half-Life 1, but I've never played Black Mesa, so that'll be fun. Pretty similar to Metroid. Definitely, I think Half-Life is pretty Metroid-inspired. And I just beat Bioshock 2 the other day, and also definitely heavily Metroid-inspired. To the point that the character Candon in this game, they should just make, like, Metroid Bioshock and he's the playable protagonist. Like, Candon came out a year before Bioshock 1, and that dude is the definition of sci-fi, Frankenstein, bioelectric, DNA splice, badass. And Bioshock, the big daddies are just inherently cool by default. But, I mean, that was the template for all these characters. Like, Samus is the definition of a badass. Let's do it 6 more times. It's just unfortunate Metroid doesn't have a lot of games compared to, like, Mario and Zelda. If Metroid was owned by HAL Laboratory, we'd have a lot more Metroid games. Because HAL, Nintendo owns Kirby, but HAL basically makes most of the Kirby games, right? And they've just gone on record saying, we like making Kirby games, we're going to continue making Kirby games. Like, they are not driven by, like, stockholder pressure. They're not driven by, like, oh, this Kirby game it has sold a bit less than X Mario game. Maybe we shouldn't make Kirby for a while. Nope, they will just keep making Kirby because they like to make Kirby. I mean, thankfully Kirby sells well consistently, and I think Kirby is a consistently good series. I wish that Nintendo should just make a sci-fi department. I think that'd be a killer job. Good kill. I mean, Retro Studios got handed Prime 4 again because Nintendo did not want the quality to get messed up. But it'd be really cool if they had a department dedicated to Star Fox, F-Zero, and Metroid. Good kill. That's kind of the joke of maybe that's why Nintendo hates Melee so much, because all the sci-fi characters are seen a decent amount at a top level. But Melee's got kind of a lot of infamous players, but the game itself is great for sure. kiting Trace. Yeah, if you hear a few Volt Driver shots in the distance like that, they tends to mean a Prime Hunter is getting ready to volley a bunch more your way. And on average, it can be candid more than anyone just because if he's in the game, because he has a higher chance on almost every map to get it. The Volt Driver. I don't think I've ever frozen someone into a power-up. That was really funny. Just seeing like the Weevil slide right into that path before I was freezing him. Tonight, so he'll most likely be here Wednesday. He'll definitely be here on Sunday for the tournament, most likely. So yeah, Wednesday and Sunday, he'll for sure answer those skate questions if people are around. Like a uncharged power beam shot by Candon to kill Trace. That was fast. That was good. Spire. He was like on that second level somewhere. It looked really good. Silex. Good job. That was a good quick turn. Kill. catchphrase. I don't know where he was, but that was awesome. Both those players, I guess, and me, all had like a 6-point tie. And I was like, okay. That's one of those game states where, you know, if you're 1 point to winning, you almost have to, like, one of the big things to try to do is kill them to bottleneck them from winning. So it was really funny to see, like, those two already trying to kill each other. And I was definitely trying to go in that area after both of them, like trying to predict they were both there. You also can kind of hear them around there. That's the fun part about competitive FPS games, like using sound to your advantage to add to, like, game sense. It is funny how this is like the big game, and TF2 that got me to click tab right after I die almost every time, which is just like an arena shooter habit to check this, like, the leaderboard, because in this game it's first to 7 wins. You're just quickly checking, like, you know, if someone gets to that 6, you might have to bottleneck them, to, like, try to bottleneck them from not getting another kill. But TF2, it's, you know, usually, yeah, you're not really playing deathmatch. That has to be like a modded thing. Like arena would be the closest to that. But it's a habit that carried over. And that's why when you watch me play TF2, I press tab a lot. Like that. It's just, yeah, it's just like an arena FPS habit. It's also just kind of like you see how you died. You're like, oh, okay, gotcha, nice. And then, yeah, you quickly kind of check what's going on. I guess in TF2 you can check ping. That's true. But see, I don't care what people's pings are. I've never cared about, like, oh, look at that lag kind of stuff. I just find it fascinating to try to predict where they might be from. Because, you know, I often play on the Chicago servers. So when you see someone at like 70, you're like, oh, they could be East or West Coast. Meanwhile, like 7 ping is like, wow, you're like right in Chicago. My vision. So for people that don't know, this version, as far as I know, this version of Melon DS, in order to play on like top resolution settings, it has this weird like byproduct where Candon's ability to scramble your vision doesn't work all the way. Your visor's supposed to be scrambled. It's supposed to be like an EMP wave. So to help Candon out, or if I hit myself on accident with like a charged Volt Driver shot, I guess sometimes on purpose, if you want the splash damage, I just try to like blur out my eyes for a bit, like this. It's a really cool effect though. I really like that. It's like a sheer senses type effect. It has no like in-game alteration to your like stats. Obviously the charge shot does damage, but it's a lot like the blooper in Mario Kart, which, you know, in the DS Mario Karts, you know, the bottom screen helped a lot when you had the blooper hit you, but this would be like a blooper without a bottom screen. GG. And the like top level Candon mains, I mean, they'll blur your vision, and then you often need to expect like a barrage of uncharged shots going your way. You know, the Volt Driver can just melt your health so fast. It's the most rapid fire weapon in the game. It's a lot of fun to use. It's basically, aside from the Imperialist, which is the sniper rifle, it's the closest you have to hit scan. Which would be, again, I would love for Samus. I would love to see Samus. I think she kept all her weapons from this game, except for the Omega Cannon. So I always love joking but not joking that she has the Prime Hunter's weapons in like her weapons vault. I'd love for her to bring those weapons back. I actually, beating Bioshock 2 the other night. Bioshock 2 does an amazing thing that I wish more game series did, where they brought back basically all the past abilities, but you're not required to use most of them to beat the game. But they brought them over anyway, just for like kind of like player creativity on how you traverse challenges. I'm a big advocate of that, and I would love for Metroid to, you could just bring the Prime Hunter's weapons back and not even require them for any puzzle. But it's just like the sheer like weapon versatility would be a lot of fun. I mean, it'd be very similar to Half-Life and Deus Ex and Bioshock. Nice. See, some of the, the Metroid community, one of the longest debates I've seen for years is how should X new Metroid game do beam upgrades, right? And the debate is between stacking beams or switching between beams, right? So in some Metroid games, more so the 2D ones, when you get a new beam, it tends, sometimes it just stacks on top of the one you got, right? So then by the end of the game, you're kind of going crazy, which could be a lot of fun. But, obviously in the Prime games, you get a new beam, like a weapon you toggle between. And I think that's just a underused game design concept in Metroid. I honestly would just like to see it in more games where, again, instead of just completely stacking all your weapons all the time, you have to constantly swap and choose. One thing, I'm going to play Black Mesa tomorrow. One thing I know I'm going to love again, is resource management of like my ammo and weaponry. In Half-Life, when you get those revolver, or when you get the revolver, it's incredible, but you only have so many bullets at the start. It is like the one-shot weapon, to the point that, when they created Cassidy in Overwatch, the reason his revolver is so strong in a futuristic setting is because of Half-Life, which is awesome. I love hearing stuff like that. But yeah, Half-Life does a good job at that. Bioshock did a good job at that. I would like to play Halos 1, 2, and 3 at least in the near future, like the campaigns. I played a little bit of Halo 2s because of co-op. So I don't know too much about how Halo's weaponry works in terms of the campaign. I played a lot of 2 and 3 multiplayer, a little bit of 1. But in terms of an FPS campaign, it seems like Halo has some weapon swap management. I think Metroid specifically could use it even more. I'm just flat out telling you, if I was the director of Metroid Prime 5, well, obviously, yeah, Spire's going to be in there. I think Spire's going to at least cameo in 4. But if I was the director of Prime 5, one, I would push for some narrative to have, like, Samus, Noxus, and Spire be the protagonists, and you can, like, switch between them. I also would just like a kind of Star Wars Republic Commando, but for Metroid. You could have Samus, Spire, Noxus, and like Anthony Higgs as like a squad of 4. But yeah, if I was director of 5, you would play as those 3, and then I would really emphasize, again, just a lot of diverse like abilities and weaponry to traverse problems, to like tackle so many different challenges. I think Zelda kind of does that pretty well at times. These 64 Zelda games, specifically, like, there are certain, you can beat certain bosses with the Megaton Hammer. You can use your ice arrows, right? And the game's not specifically telling you to. But I love stuff like that. And it adds a lot to replayability. It adds a lot to discovery. Like, I didn't know till a few weeks ago when Udonga64 told me that you can freeze Bongo's hands, because I always got the ice arrow. I got the ice arrow after I beat him in the first time I did a full playthrough of Ocarina of Time many years ago. But stuff like that's really cool. I appreciate that, and that's just, again, that shows effort, like genuine down-to-earth effort. That's a crazy detail they did, and it takes a while. That's production time, but I appreciate it. I think that's, unfortunately, we're not going to see that as much right now in the game industry because of, stockholders trying to rush deadlines. stockholders and incompetent higher-ups that prioritize profit first and not the art form of making good games, which is really unfortunate because, you know, we might not see as many Half-Lives and Deus Ex-like games right now. That being said, Baldur's Gate 3 is exactly what I'm talking about in the good department because, you know, I beat that earlier this year, and that is exactly the type of Deus Ex game in the modern era where it's not even a shooter game, but it was. Once I played Deus Ex after Baldur's Gate 3, I was like, oh, this is like Baldur's Gate 3 before Baldur's Gate 3, which I know Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are similar too, which is that kind of freeform game design of player expression. You know, GG, there's so many different ways for a player to traverse areas and take on challenges. And it takes effort, you know, as a game designer, but you know, that's kind of what I try to push for my own Pokemon format, Highlander. You know, I would try to make sure all the fully evolved Pokemon have 3 option slots, because I think Pokemon cheated their own potential, starting with Black and White on, where they didn't use 3 option slots as much anymore. I'm gonna do 2 more, by the way, and we'll play TF2. And so I'm a big advocate of give Pokemon 3, you know, kind of maximize their option slots. 4 gets really crowded really fast. It's hard to read text. 3 is like a good, like, maximum range where there's still readability. But you can put some pretty complex, like, effects and attacks, but not obviously too complex. You know, like trim your nails and chug down 6 Bud Lights to get a prize card. But you know, the type of game design I'm looking at is here are all these Pokemon available to you. Break my game. I want people to break my game. It's fun to see people go crazy. You know, I think that's kind of what adds to the longevity of fighting games like Melee. Is, you know, it was a happy accident. Soccer, I did not intend for it to be, you know, 1v1, no items. And I love items, by the way. But yeah, there's so much depth to it. The engine's so fast. There's all these different mechanics. You know, like wave dashing, dash dancing, shield dropping. So it's like even when a character has, you know, certain weaknesses, you can use the advanced tech to try to compensate, which adds another layer of like player expression. So I'm just a big advocate of that. You know, it's kind of like it's a push and shove. Obviously, if you put too many options, players get overwhelmed. You know, if you start creating like a giant, like, calculus-based game, you might get the calculus fans going to play. I say that, but they might want to break from calculus when they're done with a heavy day of schoolwork. But, you know, if you go too complex, you know, your skill floor goes ultra high, and then it's really hard to get a lot of new players. So I really think games like TF2 do it so well, where the skill floor is really low, because a new, fresh installed player can jump right in, pick any of the 9 classes, and, you know, shoot their guns and fire their melee weapons. And the game is so fast-paced and offensively oriented that even against like really experienced players, you can get, you know, at least probably a few kills on average with your team. But the beauty of it also is how high the skill ceiling is for all 9 of the classes. You know, I've noticed I've been playing a lot more heavy the past few years. I've always loved heavy, and I've always done kind of role class filling since I got into TF2 in early 2011, and just kind of the TF series in general. But I've noticed I've been playing even more heavy the past few years, and I'm just so fascinated by his skill ceiling of how much his presence alone makes an impact on the game state. I mean, he is like the grappler of TF2, and so that kind of like, I think some heavy players don't realize like just the power of their presence, to the point where it's like it doesn't, you know, no matter your current skill, just the existence of a heavy already creates kind of a push and shove naturally against other players, because if they don't get a move on and you rev up your gun, they could die in a few seconds. But obviously if you're mispositioned or you don't rev up your gun fast enough, you can get dived pretty fast. He really is kind of like a raid boss. It's really fun. And I've always kind of liked playing grapplers. You know, T-Hawk, Zangief, Donkey Kong. Pyro's kind of like a sub-grappler. He's kind of like Abel and Alex in Street Fighter. A lot of fun too. But yeah, I think the big tackle is some of these game designers are gonna have to convince stockholders and their higher ups that they need, allow them a bit more time to cook in the kitchen. Alright, we're gonna do one more, and then I'll go to TF2. And, I think deadlines are important too, by the way. I was just praising Majora's Mask today. I was just praising Majora's Mask on this stream. And one thing that I think really helped Majora's Mask become one of the best games ever made was its deadline. They only had like a bit over a year to finish it. And the rumor is that if they took longer to make Majora's Mask, there was a rumor, like Anuma said that like Miyamoto was already wanting to like micro change a few things. Not that Miyamoto's a bad designer at all. It's just obviously Miyamoto at times has been known to tamper a little too far off the deep end when it comes to innovating. His whole quote about F-Zero saying, "What would we innovate about it?" And we're like, exactly. GX is one of the best games ever made. You don't really need to add required motion controls or something to it. You could add optional motion controls. But yeah, anyway, there's like rumors. It's not even a rumor. I need to find the interview about like Onuma basically politely saying that Miyamoto was already wanting to add some changes to the game, but they were getting close to the deadline. And I know that, again, some of the people that worked on Link's Awakening were involved with Majora's Mask, so, it kind of was a little bit, it kind of was pushing new agendas for Zelda, like Link's Awakening. There was that form of existentialism, and then Majora's Mask is definitely when Zelda met Lovecraftian horror. And then, they used Ocarina of Time's assets as the main template. And if they had, like, 4 years to make that game, they probably wouldn't be using a lot of Ocarina of Time assets there. But I'm so glad they did, because Ocarina of Time is one of the best games ever made as well. And it's just like, because of the deadline restricted limitation, they got creative with those resources. And lo and behold, those resources are really good on average. The sound font, the aesthetic, to the point that people would love a third 64 Zelda. Look how many indie devs want to like replicate that type of 64 low polygon aesthetic. We see it a lot in horror games. But you could honestly take the 3DS remake visuals, do like an HD like palette on it. Was he jumping because of the rocket ammo above him? That was funny. Yeah, they usually don't jump a lot like that. Take the 3DS visuals, obviously like 1080p / and or 4K. Keep the 64 sound font, sound aesthetic. You can make new sound effects that respect the kind of like hertz limitations. And you can make a third game, because Majora's Mask links into Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and there's definitely a full game of story to talk about what happened to the hero of time before we again see what happened to him in Wind Waker and especially Twilight Princess. And Nintendo, I will say, when Nintendo, obviously they have stockholders, but they're kind of They do a bit of their own thing. They're not as pressured as other AAA companies by their stockholders. Ironically, we kind of wish they were. GG. Because there was that guy that spent thousands of dollars to become a big shareholder just to ask Nintendo, hey, what's going on with F-Zero? And they said, we don't really have any plans right now. I mean, salute to that guy. That guy's a hero. Which, that is unfortunate. This circles back to me saying that Nintendo needs a dedicated sci-fi team. And, I mean, I think they would make a steady amount of, like, profit overall. Like, I know Metroid, on average, doesn't sell as much as Mario and Zelda. Metroid Dread sold really well, and there are, Metroid titles in the past that sold pretty well. Metroid Prime Hunters did pretty well. It's just like, I think they can make their profit back on average. I just, what I'm realizing too, we were talking about this the other day, with just the United States economy problem alone is companies are showing their greed more and more, and they're laying off more and more people. But it's sad because that money is still being circulated, right? Even with tariffs and inflation, there's still a lot of money in circulation just in our country alone. It's just sadly going to more higher ups that aren't willing to pay their workers. And I wish that, you know, there could be some way for some competitive budge for game companies to be like I'm talking GameCube, Xbox, PS2 era, where, you know, as much as I love the Wii, Nintendo at that time was like, we don't have any like selling gimmick with motion controls. We have games, and we need to make good games. So again, F-Zero GX, Star Fox Adventure, Star Fox Assault, Melee, Metroid Prime 1 and 2. You know, there's all these crazy good games on the GameCube. Oh, but I'm going to take a shot of this because... So Acquiring Dads bought me this the other day. Well, I think he got it in a... He got it. Yeah, thank you, man, so much. I'm going to wear this on the next full moon. But yeah, Nintendo, they were firing off all cylinders for their software. And, I mean, they're in a good spot now with the Switch, too, to the point that, yeah, they're kind of overextending a little bit. You know, testing the waters of what price ranges they could get away with for sure. But what I'm saying is, you know, we need more companies like Nintendo where, you know, people like Iwata would take pay cuts in case the economy was getting tough for the workers. And so, you know, Iwata was taking a huge salary cut during the Wii U era. And he was making sure that all the employees were well paid and that they were living healthy lives. Like, that dude, man, it is like, to this day, it's so sad he passed away. He was young, too. I mean, it's just like, I wish more people were like Satoru Iwata. And this is the guy, so this is the guy that, during the Game Boy era, when Game Freak was making the next generation of Pokemon, Gen 2, he was the one that buckled down, definitely was working outside of like his pay hours, and he added Kanto into Gold and Silver, which then also Crystal had. Like, that's like a full game DLC equivalent. Like, what he did is what companies would charge now for basically buying the game again as DLC. But on a Game Boy cartridge, he helped code Kanto, which is incredible. And it's just like, that to this day gets so much praise as one of the biggest like post-game reveals ever. In fact, I agree, it's one of the best post-games ever to this day. And they obviously remade that in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. But that is the equivalent of Mario Sunshine. You beat it, and then they're like, oh, here's Peach's castle with all the levels, and you can get power stars here again. That's exactly what he did with Pokemon. It was like all the gym leaders were there. You fought them. You know, a few years went by. You saw a bunch of Gen 1 Pokemon. Oh my gosh. And, you know, Iwata did that. Iwata was the guy that would go above and beyond all the time. And even when he made it to the top, he was, again, taking pay cuts to make sure all the employees were okay. And I wish more people in the American economy would use that as a role model. And I wish the game industry had more people like Iwata getting other AAA companies to be like, oh, you're telling me that if we actually focused on job security and product quality, we would consistently have a better reputation. You know, we would consistently make more and more games that get a ton of awards like Baldur's Gate 3 that I easily, decades from now, I see Baldur's Gate 3 making a lot of money. People are going to constantly go on Steam and buy it again if they, for their friends or family. People that learn about Baldur's Gate are going to go buy it because the quality is so good. So, you know, it's motion controls are overrated. Ooh, it is it's so interesting. Nintendo is like, Nintendo are the perfect developers for taking innovative control design and making fun games with it. You know, WarioWare is like WarioWare is the perfect series to demonstrate, you know, a lot of different like system gimmicks. And obviously, you know, Wii Sports is a lot of fun. Metroid Prime Corruption's Wii controls were a lot of fun. But as much as I do respect Shigeru Miyamoto, I think obviously he's so influential to not just video games, but world history. You know, look how influential Mario and Zelda are alone as IPs. Yeah, unfortunately, I do think Miyamoto has fallen a bit in a... Not fallen. I think he kind of always had this giant sense of constant wonder of what to try next, to the point that at times you don't need to keep reinventing the wheel. Good kill. Which this kind of full circles back to Nintendo's sci-fi IPs being neglected a lot. You know, with Star Fox Zero, you were required to have motion controls, and that definitely hurt sales a lot. And then obviously, you know, what Miyamoto said about F-Zero, he was like, what do we innovate about it? And, you know, a lot of F-Zero fans and just racing game fans and fans of good games are just like, you don't. You know, F-Zero GX, we'd like to buy it again. The main director of F-Zero GX from Sega, he was like, I'd like to work on another F-Zero. It really isn't that hard. This goes back to Majora's Mask and how they basically used Ocarina of Time assets and made a really creative game from that. You could literally take the template of GX and make another F-Zero without requiring all these crazy, like, control gimmicks and all these gameplay gimmicks. Like, at the end of the day, people would love just core super fast racing. Now, obviously, other things you can add. Oh yeah, you can add track editor, 30-player online. You know, you could bring back old retro tracks from all the past F-Zero games. That'd be killer. There's so many things you could do. I think they could do like a hybrid game where it's almost like the single player is like Fallout New Vegas, and you play as Captain Falcon as a bounty hunter, and you are hunting bounties, and one of the ways that you make a lot of money to help your supply is you win races. Like, you're driving around the F-Zero universe, like it kind of depicts in story mode a bit in GX, and you're going after bounties. You know, maybe the single player mode is designed by a completely different team, and then when it's time to race, it's F-Zero. Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential there. Also good kill. Nintendo really has a template for their own version of Cyberpunk, and it's been around since the 90s. It's called F-Zero. Literally the, like, big first futuristic racing game ever, and still one of the best racing franchises ever. I mean, it's just hard to beat F-Zero. Mario Kart's really good, by the way. Sonic racing games are good, too. It's just sad how much Nintendo has kept neglecting it. And I think you could trust indie devs with F-Zero, too. Oh, you want trap sequences? Chase sequences? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's a big template for being a bounty hunter as Falcon. You know, GX had a cool story mode, and you could really have best of both worlds, like a lot of racing, and then the single player is kind of going through that neo-cyberpunk-like, I mean, futuristic setting. It's not even cyberpunk, really, but it's got that cool neon futuristic aesthetic for sure. Oh yeah, you could deck out like your Blue Falcon and stuff, because the Blue Falcon has it has firing cannons on it. Obviously, when he races, he's not shooting people. That's against the rules, but I mean, Falcon's got a gun. Good kill. You know, that's kind of always the funny part is in F-Zero and in Super Smash Brothers, Falcon's strapped. You know, it's like you could have an adventure mode where he uses that like sidearm. Death Race. I guess the only struggle with Death Race is if Falcon's the main character, I don't see Falcon wanting to like just kill people. You know, thankfully F-Zero kind of has that story failsafe where there's like drones that can pick up the machines if it looks near fatal. But that being said, whenever I hear people bring up the concept of like good kill racing battle royale, it's like, oh, F-Zero's been doing that since the 90s with F-Zero X because they had Death Race, and Death Race was literally like the last machine standing. Oh, mods that deploy under Criterion. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean he's got guns. Falcon's got a sidearm gun, and he's got guns on his machine. Also, one thing I love. Oh, okay. Another thing I love about GX so much. This game's from 2003, and I love how every single F-Zero machine has like naturally occurring scuff marks from usage. You know, the Blue Falcon has like kind of like my flamethrower right here. I purposely like chose this type of war paint when I was learning more about war paints lately, and this I wanted the ones that had some scuff marks on it because it's similar to all the racing machines in F-Zero GX, like the main 41 racing machines, where they just have a little bit natural wear and tear on it. I love that aesthetic, and definitely I think the next F-Zero game should keep that going. Good kill. Not that I'm against like the Blue Falcon being hyper polished, but I love the realism that, you know, this is, you're going really, really, really fast. Was it 2,000 kilometers? Now, you know, and so it's like you're hitting all these track, you know, these like metal bars and all that. Yeah, that makes sense that all the machines have a little bit of like natural wear and tear to them. It just also looks cool. Kill. You hate the yandere. I haven't heard that, guys. I haven't heard that title in quite a while. That just shows how bad he is, to where people don't even want to make jokes about him because of all the awful things he did. I don't know much about that game he tried to push. Obviously, good kill. The premise was already pretty infamous. But I didn't know he tried to do 2 games in one package. I have no idea much about that game other than, yeah, it was super infamous. So, putting that aside, the concept of 2 competent games that aren't weird, degenerate, like, you know, definition of degenerate type stuff. Yeah, like the F-Zero campaign as the story mode, and then like racing when like, you know, Falcon might need money, or like a big race comes up in the story. That'd be a lot of fun. Oh, gotcha. Again, I don't really know much about that game other than, yeah, how infamous he is and kind of the premise was. But I think this goes back to what we're talking about the issue with a lot of AAA devs right now is you're unfortunately not just talking to an art team and programmers. You're now having to convince a lot of higher-ups, middle managers, and stockholders. So it's, you know, trying to say, hey, you know, he's bounty hunting in the story mode. That's basically one game. And then he's racing like an F-Zero game. You know, unfortunately, I think there's going to be people that be like, you're trying to make 2 games for the price of 1. We could make even more money. Good kill. But it's like you know, you need to have good presentation skills about like, hey, let's not overcharge and say, oh, we should just make 2 separate games and charge them twice. No, let's make 1 really good game. I'm gonna praise F-Zero GX the rest of my life. Because I cannot believe I bought that game for like $8 at GameStop, like in the used bin, because that game is so packed with content. I sometimes forget it has 41 races with their own ending movies, theme songs, distinct machines, stats. They all have voice actors and voice lines that are used like in interviews when they win. And then again, there's story mode, racer customization, good kill. I mean, custom machine creating, killer soundtrack. I'm like, all this on a GameCube disc from 2003. That type of game would be like $180 now with DLC. But it was like $60 when it came out, and then became a player's choice title, which that's kind of a foreign concept for Nintendo right now. Player's choice, like really good deals on amazing games like Metroid Prime, Star Fox Adventures, and F-Zero GX. Budgets go. The main swarm of players moves on, all while I'm playing a game from 2007. I'm not saying that to undermine your statement. You are correct. Another like pitfall of AAA gaming is, unfortunately, there are some games and industries that are looking a lot like fast food, where they're gonna market like the new double McCheese What's It burger, and then they're going to do so much marketing that people buy it, they talk about it, and then they move on to the next product. They don't come back 10, 20 years and still load up F-Zero GX or play TF2. Well, they'll play that. You know what that's called? That's called me going back to Red Robin and getting the barbecue, you know, the smokehouse barbecue burger they have. You know, something like it's so good. Now, to me, I'm biased. Well, I'm not. To me, cheeseburgers are my favorite. Like, mac and cheese is my favorite food. Cheeseburger, honorable mention. So to me, that's like gourmet dining. Yeah, but like it'd be like just going back to eat like one of the best meals of your life over and over. Like it's like that old local restaurant, like a local fine dining place, like eating Applewood smoked salmon on the lakeside that's been there for decades. There you go. I'm gonna go play F-Zero GX and TF2. Yeah, we don't see that as much now. Leaning into the camp of GX would be great for future games. So, yeah, F-Zero GX's composer is the guy that, you know, worked on Yakuza, and he killed it. He's a really good composer. I think he's one of the best ones out there. Like, go listen to F-Zero GX's soundtrack, and it's so diverse, but yet it's pretty universal in its tone. You know, there's futuristic rock, metal, dance music, and I'm just talking about the character themes here. He still remixes, you know, the classics like Butte City, Big Blue, Red Canyon, which those are all kind of jazz-oriented songs from the 90s, but he makes them in like the GX style, which is awesome. So in terms of like, you know, the term camp is so interesting because some people think it's a constantly negative like connotation. But I think it's about, it's honestly about how much do you own up to it, right? Like to me, it's like, oh, this isn't like camp, like, oh, this is awful, like this is cringy. Like, no, they're owning up to like how funny this could be. You know, Falcon, you know, one of the most famous scenes is Falcon rescuing Mr. and Mrs. Arrow's baby from the train, and then he rips his pants. So that's funny. You know, people will say, oh, you know, if anyone tries to say, oh, that's camp, that's cheesy, it's like, no, that's they're owning up to it. Like, it's a funny environment, and honestly, sometimes that can be a bit realistic. Falcon was not expecting to, I don't think he was expecting to rescue a baby from a train that day. So maybe he didn't get some fabric softener going that morning. So I appreciate that kind of tone that they were pushing. But again, it can get really cool too. F-Zero GX really was a blend of both cool and it got pretty funny. And you know, earlier on the stream we were talking a little bit about Undertale and like Deltarune specifically. I actually think that's a good recipe. Is, you know, Undertale and Deltarune have a blend of both serious and funny moments. In fact, I'm gonna play. Let's play Phoenix's theme real quick. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We were just talking about this in the community Discord the other day. Like, this is a cool song, and you know, Phoenix's whole premise is he's kind of like a time cop from the future, trying to prevent like awful things from happening, kind of Terminator-esque. And I love the kind of muffled lyrics here. Good kill. Oh well, I'm glad I can help. Yeah, I got into competitive TF2 in 2015, and I knew Pyro was a strong bodyguard overall, but I didn't realize how much more in terms of strengths that he had as a bodyguard. So it was like, yeah, I knew to protect nests and stuff those few years I got into TF2, but then once I got into competitive, and they're like, your main job is to protect the medic and his patients. You're called the combo. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, he is like, imagine you're playing chess and the queen chess piece, that's your medic. You know, the king is the objective, obviously, but medic is the queen chess piece of this game. Now imagine if chess had a dedicated pyro piece, and the pyro piece could fend off all these divers on your queen. Like, you literally could protect your queen over and over, and then the queen can wreak havoc, you know, like with uber charge and overheals. So when you understand that type of game state, it's a lot of fun to see more of the big picture there. And there are some pyro mains that do not like competitive pyro. They're like, I don't want, they call it babysitting. Some of them are like, no, I want to do this. And it's like, you can at times. It's a mix-up. But, you know, there's so much strength you got to make sure you're not cheating yourself out of at times. I mean, you can just run forward and hold flamethrower. You could get kills that way, but I'm an advocate of looking into like how strong of a bodyguard pyro is, like what I'm doing right now, you know, and that does I think that often requires a lot of patience, but I think it's pretty rewarding. You know, some players obviously want to get kills all the time, and you can get kills. In fact, you can get kills when you pop Uber, or in this case, try to stall Uber. That's another thing. Some pyro players, when they learn that competitive pyro tends to be pretty selfless, they don't want to do that. They want that top scoreboard chart. They want all those kills. They don't want the idea of them potentially sacrificing themselves for stalling Uber or stalling the objective. But to me, it's like, oh my gosh, this guy has. It's kind of like a Jedi. You know, like you guys are talking about Star Wars a bit. It's like you have the Force. Can you use it wisely with patience and understand that you're the only class in the game with force push? Thank you. But yeah, it's fun. You know, I've had some people that join, and it seems like, you know, they play a bit of casual, and that's totally okay. And they'll ask me like, "What are you doing? You know, why are you puffing fire in the air?" And then I'll tell them like, "Oh, that's, you know, spy check by habit." Oh, hey. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like we have the objective, we're holding the choke point. What's something really productive I can do? Spy check, look for divers, and in this case, there's a dispenser right here, so I can quickly refresh. Shout outs to all the engineer players that keep pushing for getting dispensers out for their team on average. Like, engineer really is like the motor engine of the game. And again, he kind of is a selfless class too. You know, you got to do a lot of things where you might not be getting a ton of kills on the scoreboard, but oh my gosh, teleporters, sentries, like, those make or break games. Dispensers. Oh, it feels like Star Wars? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's a compliment. F-Zero GX is similar to Star Wars. It's kind of... It's such an interesting debate when you talk about, again, quote, camp, right? So, you know, I've actually heard a recent discussion about Star Wars, and specifically Ian McDiarmid, you know, Emperor Palpatine. I mean, he's a dramatic actor in the best way possible. He is literally a Shakespearean drama actor, and he brings that to Palpatine. But that works so well with that character because, you know, I've seen people at first try to joke saying, man, Emperor Palpatine sure does laugh a lot in Episode 3, and thankfully a lot of other fans point out, like, dude, he just won his big plan. He's having, like, the day of his life. You know, like, no wonder this dude's cackling all the time and looking forward to fighting Yoda. In fact, they have depictions of Palpatine, you know, in canon, which, you know, obviously Disney canon's kind of a lot of a joke, but what I mean is, like, there's, like, recent tales of Palpatine where, you know, in the era of the Empire, after he's won, after a lot of the Jedi are dead, the Death Star is being built, the dude gets bored. And it's like, so it adds even more to, like, you watch him in Episode 3 and he's having the time of his life, and it's like, they're depicting him in the era of the Empire where there are moments where he's like, dude, I need to go find Yoda. Where is he? Like, if he knew Yoda was on Dagobah, I think he would show up just for the thrill of fighting the Jedi Grandmaster again. And yeah, it kind of just goes to, like, Ian McDiarmid took his job seriously, George Lucas took the universe seriously, and I think that actually leads to one of the biggest underminings of the Disney sequel attempts. Is a lot of the, you know, the main directors and Disney were not respecting the universe. They were respecting the priority to make a lot of money, to market the new Darth Vader, which is Kylo Ren. But it's like, if that was George Lucas involved with Kylo Ren and Dave Filoni, especially Dave Filoni, because that guy was researching a lot of expanded universe stuff for Clone Wars and beyond, I would bet money that if Dave Filoni directed Force Awakens and they drew Kylo Ren's design the same, he'd be like, oh, that guy looks like Darth Raven, like a lot of us said. He's like, how about this guy's a Darth Raven fanatic, you know, the old Sith, and he wants to be like Darth Raven because his grandfather failed the ways of the Sith. He, you know, and then you find out, and then that would be cool later on for Kylo Ren to find out that Darth Raven also had elements of good, you know, in the Old Republic stories. And so that his whole world could kind of like fall around him, where he's like, dang it, my grandpa became good and Darth Raven had elements of good. Who am I? You know, there you go. There's already killer framework that respects the Star Wars universe, does callbacks, and it doesn't isolate your parents, you know. Disney is way too scared about, like, yeah, but what about the casual fans? They're going to feel isolated if we mention Darth Raven and Kyle Katarn too much. It's like, no, they won't. In fact, you should respect the common audience member more, because you know what people do? They watch The Mandalorian. They're like, whoa, those Dark Troopers look cool. And then they find out that they're originally video game characters from the 90s. And they're like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. That happens a lot. Like, if people didn't watch... My dad did it. Years ago, me and my dad watched the final season of the final arc of Clone Wars, where, you know, Ahsoka duels Darth Maul on Mandalore. And so he actually learned about Ahsoka, you know, he got to know Ahsoka a lot because of that final arc. We didn't know she was going to show up in Mandalorian a bit after. And so when we watched the episode where she showed up, my dad's like, oh my gosh, that's so cool they put her in this show. And my dad's not like a super casual fan, like he loves Star Wars, but he didn't know a ton about like some of the comics and other shows. But to him, he was just like, oh, this is awesome. You know? And I think a lot of people did that, even if they didn't watch like a lot of Clone Wars or read the comics. Like, I think a lot of the big corporate people underestimate how much their fans would love to learn more about Star Wars and dive more into like the universe. But yeah, the whole thing about like camp, yeah, I do think camp has technically a negative connotation to it right now. So the kind of challenge is how do you break the norm of camp not being a negative connotation? Honestly, I mean, Palpatine's a perfect example because, you know, if you say he's campy because he's over the top, it's like, yeah, that dude's like super powerful, but that's kind of his character. He's, as George Lucas says, he's kind of like the devil. He's like the Star Wars devil. This dude's shooting lightning and force choking a bunch of people, like killing a bunch of Jedi Masters swiftly. You know, so that form of like over the top is like believable for his character. You wouldn't say camp's a negative connotation. I'm saying that because of like cynical reviewers that might say, oh, it's too campy. Or like, you know, your friends that go, yeah, I liked it, but it was too campy. It's like, well, explain what too campy is, right? It's kind of like, let's dissect this. Let's dissect like campy as a form of criticism. Because I guess to me, it's kind of like, you know how people try to say literally less when they learn other words? To me, it's like, I don't even want to use campy, really, if I can find other ways to explain something. For example, 1960s Adam West Batman. I think that is like the poster show for the, like, you know, when people say, what's camp? I think that's, like, to me, that's actually my default, like, example when people ask or talk about what is camp. So to me, instead of me saying campy like, oh, Adam West Batman is so campy. One, obviously, yeah, I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like, oh, this is good comical fun. Comical slapstick Looney Tunes fun. So that's kind of, I guess, there's my specific like critique is it's good comical Looney Tunes type fun. Rather than me just saying like, oh, it's campy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's like good kill, but that's like the interesting dissection. Is to this day we're still laughing at Batman punching a rubber shark, right? it's you know, but it owns up to how comical it is, right? But then you look at like Christopher Nolan Batman, and yeah, you don't see him punching rubber sharks. But it's kind of just understanding the premise of the tone, the overall atmosphere. With Star Wars, though, like I said, like when people say it's campy, you know, again, it's just like, you know, Ian McDiarmid takes his job seriously, and George Lucas took the universe seriously. So I actually think like some of the top stuff, like, you know, Palpatine doing his Sith scream and killing 3 Jedi Masters ASAP, or General Grievous having 4 lightsabers and spinning him on the ground. That type of like what would be seen as like over the top combat. That's kind of like a consistent norm in Star Wars. You know, these are like super samurais. It's like your neurons associate Pepsi Man with F-Zero. Yeah, his commercials are kind of similar to some of those GX videos. I could see that. Hey, what's up, cool dude? Okay, one of the guys that had a skate question is gone, but he might be here Wednesday. But we have one guy here that was talking about skate. Here he is. Cool dude. They were telling me to check out some stuff in the new skate, which I do plan to stream next year. So I'm excited. I told him that you're a good sound designer, so I will definitely be trying to take note of what your work was. If you want to tell me specific things you worked on while I stream or away from streams, go for it. I would love to. I love fun facts like that. So. Kill.
Mission ends in 30 seconds.
I think he means pass on information. It's just that, you know, Ash left, so Ash, we're gonna save Ash's answers for next time he is with Cool Dude in the same like stream, or I mean they're both on the community Discord, so I could just ask him if he doesn't show up Wednesday what you might want to know. Kill. Oh, the license ran out. Interesting. Oh, licensing for music. Music transitions during missions. Tutorial story. Okay, noted when I do play Skate. I know Vinny Vinesauce has been loving that game. I would definitely. I'm looking forward to playing that next year. And don't worry, Cool Dude. You know, like I mentioned a while back, I'm definitely putting Xenoblade Chronicles X on my Christmas list. I do want to play that next year. And then 1 month to Metroid Prime 4. I'll be streaming Prime 4 until it's done. That's the plan. So, like, it's going to be every day. We'll still have like Friday Night Mugen and Monday night Pokemon Showdown, but all the games are going to be swapped with Prime 4. Hey, what's up, Acquiring Dads? Oh, Acquiring Dads, I've been needed to tell you. One, thank you for the item. I just got it in the game. Yeah, like I told you, I will be wearing that on the next full moon cycle. And then next year for Halloween for sure. You missed another guy that was kind of freaking out last night on Uncle Topia. You know how I told you how we got Grass Toucher banned because he was being an awful person consistently? Well, there was a guy last night, and he's been doing this for at least quite a few months. I don't know if you've played. I think you have, yeah. So the player Weenie Hut Jr., which is ironic because this guy is a sore loser. So he fits right in. Weenie Hut Jr. yesterday lost a round, and he said his team sucks, right? He was saying his team sucks, stuff like that. So then we do a scramble. He gets on my team. We win a round, and he has this habit of saying GG easy when he wins, but then when he loses, he blames his team, says they suck. So he's a sore loser and a sore winner. And so I know there's a lot of nice people on this server, and some of these players unfortunately struggle with some confidence issues. So I've seen this guy constantly say GG easy when he wins, and I've called him out multiple times. I'm like, that wasn't easy. You know, they put up a good fight, stuff like that. So yesterday he said GG easy, and I said GG not easy. And in a nutshell, he was like, no, it was easy. And I was like, hey man, it's important to work on sportsmanship. And he kind of went ballistic. He's like, well, TF2 is not a sport, so there's no sportsmanship. I was like, it's PvP. He's like, no, it's PvE. These are enemies. And he basically was saying in an arrogant way that he's amazing and there's a reason we won, and, you know, again, just bragging a lot. And when I was calling him out, he said, what'd he say? I was a thin-skinned boy or something. And I was like, oh, well, you know, again, best wishes to developing a healthy amount of self-worth. And he was trying to brag that I guess like I fell for quote rage bait, even though I wasn't angry. I don't think he's used to being called out like that. So then we go to Borneo, the next map, and you can see it on my stream yesterday. I checked tab like this, and he was on my team originally in the respawn room. He purposely moves to the other team, and then when every time he killed me that round, he would try to say easy in the game chat, like trying to get me mad. But I mean, you know me, I don't get mad. So not only was that entertaining to me, but he kind of outed himself as like he's constantly trying to like get people like angry. And so yeah, I reported him. You know, I've been talking to Leah a bit more ever since that she got Grass Toucher banned, at least for a bit. I did file a report yesterday because he's been doing this for many months, and again, there's some nice people on here that I can tell I think they're a bit timid in calling him out, and so, you know, you just gotta do stuff like that. It was really entertaining though, seeing him freak out. So.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Okay, yeah, let's see what he is. Yeah, Skate's fun. Yeah, he has Xenoblade Chronicle X, looking forward. That's gonna be fun. See, I haven't played any Xeno game at all. Xenogears, Xenoblade Original, but I will play Xenoblade Chronicle X. I'm not against playing Xenoblade Chronicles in the future either. Xenogears is done by the Mario Party 1 composer, who I think is one of the best composers ever made. He also did, was it Chrono Trigger? Yeah, he should come back for more Mario music. That'd be killer. Yeah, the Chrono Trigger composer wrote for Mario Party 1. Please do yourself a favor and listen to the Mario Party 1 soundtrack. Soon. Yeah, Mario's good kill. Mario's Rainbow Castle is like one of those favorite songs ever. Skate doesn't have Fortnite money. Fortnite does have some pretty good money for crossovers and stuff. Oh yeah, so yeah, licensing with music. Yeah, I noticed a lot of modern games have toggles to turn off like DMCA music, which is really funny. But you know what? I'm gonna give Disney a lot of credit here. They recognized pretty fast that in order for people to play their Star Wars games, like on Twitch and YouTube, they're gonna have to make sure those aren't DMCA listed. So thankfully, yeah, when I played the Star Wars Jedi Knight games, you know, Disney wasn't flipping out about copyright, because thankfully I think there were people there saying, hey man, people want to play Star Wars games and it's okay to hear the Star Wars main theme played on a live stream. Not that I don't know if they even were against that, but it was more about, you know, Star Wars is so popular and such a big money maker that naturally people were worried about DMCA. So thankfully Star Wars doesn't really have that issue, though it is all my Star Wars Jedi Knight game streams are blocked in Russia. So I'm sorry for people from Russia. I actually have a few viewers I know from Russia. I'm sorry you couldn't, if you were wanting to watch those. But I do recommend the games, all the Star Wars Dark Forces Jedi Knight games. Good kill. Metroid Prime 4 is coming up. Yeah, it's been a big video game year. They always try to say they were rage baiting. Yeah, when you call them out, what's that meme where they have like the smirk mask, but they're crying a lot under the mask? I've had that happen a few times on this server. Like, I'll call out someone for being an insecure bully, and they're like, I got you. I'm like, on what? I'm good. Yeah. Like, I don't, you know, again, I don't get angry, so I'm not giving them what they want there. I'm calling them out where they stand and, you know, how they overcompensate by bragging about their wins and ranting about their losses, blaming other people. So when they feel transparent like that, they have like nowhere to run. Yeah, the meme. Yeah. Choose your least favorite Xenoblade game, but the soundtrack's phenomenal. I've heard a bit of the music. I was just yeah. I was just kidding, bro. They try to pull their punches back a bit. Oh, he wrote the ending song of Xenoblade 1? I did not know that. That's awesome. I know his apprentice, the Chrono Trigger composer. His apprentice wrote for Mario Party 2. I love that so much. Because Mario Party 2 sounds a lot like Mario Party 1, but it's not the same composer. And then you find out it's his apprentice. It's like, oh, Qui-Gon Jinn's awesome. Oh, hey, Obi-Wan's awesome too. The Xenoblade ending song in your wedding. Oh, cool, dude. You're kind of cooking. You're kind of cooking. Wedding? Oh, cool, dude. You know I gotta get you a gift. You've bought me these Yu-Gi-Oh cards. You've been so kind. I gotta get you something. I just send you two boxes of the same set. One for both. Yeah, the end of the story of that guy I was calling out yesterday, I mean, it's like Grass Toucher. They weren't changing their behavior. And even when you call them out, like, you know, I gauge it, like, I call them out, obviously they get rattled and stuff, like, it's really funny to watch. But then if they keep repeating that behavior consistently, you know, I'll keep calling them out. But it's also like, just like Pokemon Showdown, Uncle Topia's pretty good with their moderation, and they make it a big deal to, you know, if someone's being consistently awful and toxic, it's important to report that, because, you know, one of the big things is, you know, kids play Pokemon, and yeah, there are, you know, kids and teens that play TF2, and so imagine people that aren't, like, mentally trained to handle insecure bullies like that, and imagine them having to be at school, good kill, having to deal with those people at school. They come home, want to play Pokemon or TF2, and then they have to handle that there. So it's like the fact that I've learned that Uncle Topia and Pokemon Showdown have really made sure to stay on top of their moderation. I think that's a good thing. And obviously, the world of moderation is its own kind of skill ceiling, right? You don't want to be like low tier god Dale, say like, you breathed in my general direction, order up, you know. You sniped me? Mods? You know, that stuff like that. We ain't doing that. But then obviously the opposite end is if someone keeps testing boundaries and they're being awful, yeah, there needs to be some form of like warning or something at least. You know, like that being said, I got 2 moderators here right now. They know. I'm not big on banning people. You know, I think you'd have to do a lot to get banned. And by a lot, it's like you're going to get a lot of warnings. And I'm really hoping that you improve your behavior. That's the goal of it all. Is like you don't want to like punish them at all, but if they keep that behavior up, it's like, okay, well, I you know, hopefully you learn from this. But if they really are persistent and not changing, yeah, that's when you have to do a ban. And even then, I never try to, you know, I've never permanent banned anyone so far. Knock on wood. Hopefully, I never have to. You know, you would hope that just a ban for a while gets them to learn. And if they don't, you just sadly have to keep extending the time. Good kill. We're not doing a wedding when that time comes. One of your dances, gotcha. That'd be cool. that being said, now we're just talking about the world of like punishment and like bans. Obviously, there are things that can be so awful that you have to like set in it. You know, you have to be consistent. I mean, one, be consistent with your rules. That's a big thing. But you know, like I said, I just try to avoid bans altogether. But unfortunately, there have been people in the world, not in like live streams here or the community here so far, thankfully. But there have been people in other communities or just in the world that do some awful, awful things, and it results in a pretty fast permanent ban or like lifelong punishment or something. So, I mean, you'd have to do like awful, awful stuff. I mean, by that point, it's usually the laws involved.
Mission begins in 30
Oh, cool.
seconds.
Hola.
How you doing?
Doing good. I like the username.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
No, thanks.
5, 4, 3,
When are they gonna make a blockhead movie? Like an American Western.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We're on the same team.
Ooh, pop that crits on the ceiling. Cool. I'm so glad you got that screenshot of the spy looking at soldier in expiration date. I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be an emo. There's more. No.
No.
Nice.
Nice. There's a sentry on the
I got
on the
it.
left.
I'm trying to close in on the left. Kill. Okay, there's a level, yeah, level 3's on the platform. Kill. Nice.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Keep going.
Ends in 30 seconds.
We got this, fellas.
Nice.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Overtime.
I'm gonna try to close off right flank.
Attic is isolated on the left
Okay.
by those stairs. Nicely done, team. There's a scout behind us.
Yeah. Good kill.
We're trying to play some scout, but I'm not used to his speed.
Dude, that's actually, yeah, that's a real thing.
He's so quick.
Because I main Pyro and second engineer who also have shotguns, and because Scout's so much faster with his shotgun, like my whole spacing and aiming muscle memory needs to be like constantly adjusted. It's a good skill ceiling.
Sentry's down.
And I've kind of found what I've been doing lately is just telling myself to slow down. I think I overextend with Scout when I play as him. Like just moving strafing and stuff. And aiming.
He's, yeah, definitely gotta get used to him.
Kill. Yeah, I'm gonna have a level 3 outside of the tunnel.
Which,
Like right there. See if I can sideline it.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
We use Uber. We're going. Good deal. Level 3's lit. It's at 36. Level 3 down.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
We used. Nice.
right?
Yeah, they had a really good sniper and medic in that corner. I went jetpack mode because I was recognizing how much they were picking us off running out. Which is good. I mean, it's good sideline control. I'm trying to get better as snipers, so it's an inspirational spot. Good defensiveness.
in 30
I'm on red. Hey. What's your avatar?
Oh, I was muted. My bad.
It's alright.
It's Ham from like a dancing rhythm game.
Oh, okay, yeah, I looked at it.
If you know that game.
No, I don't.
I'm trying to find it. My fiance played it, but I can't remember what he's.
Gotcha.
See what the game is called. Bust a Groove.
Oh, Buster Groove. I have heard of that. Let's see.
Yeah, so yeah, it's from Bust a Groove, and he's one of the characters. And the way the announcer says his name is funny. It's like Ham.
Gotcha.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Let's get out.
Thank you.
4, 3, 2, 1. Defend our cause.
I think there's a spy on the left side.
Okay. Yep. You're right. Hello. Oh, that's you. You got me.
Attention.
No, how did that not read?
There he is. Oh, good. Oh, another. There's two spies. That spy's maybe dead. Yeah, they didn't use Dead Ringer.
We got three medics.
Okay.
Spy coming on the flank. Oh, now there's a soldier chilling around. Got one of the meds.
Soldier flanking behind us, he's bombing our medic. Oh, our medic.
Additional time.
There's a spy, I think, going around the corner to our spawn.
Okay. Oh, good stall there.
Like I said, random crits. There are no random crits in this. The guy in the chat, I think, is mad about being critted.
Did you say they have 3 medics?
We have 3 medics.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, they might have 1 or 2 on crit. Yeah, there's a crits in here. It's only from the left.
Right, yeah.
Kill.
I was gonna say, is that the real Habib? I think it is. That is. I think that's Habib, the streamer. I think he plays like the, what's it called? I can't remember the name. The stuff that Banny plays a lot.
A game or?
The in TF2 where they like set up teams and all that, and then play.
Oh, Pugs.
Pugs, yeah, that's he. I think he does that with bands sometimes.
I haven't heard of him lately. I know back then he used to play a lot of competitive.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think he got banned for a while by RGL, but he's like his own banned.
Oh, didn't think.
Yeah, he got unbanned, but again.
I got you.
Good kill. From what I've watched of him, he's pretty good. I think Mainly mains demo man. Seems to be pretty good with a lot of classes.
Okay, gotcha. The sniper's onto me.
Kill.
Good snipe on that guy. My fire above.
Yeah, one of them in it.
Oh, that was a nice snipe. Or stab. I jumped out the window and got him as I was falling.
Good shot. There's like 2 snipers watching outside,
I got you.
right from the cart. Soldiers bombing our sentry. He's dead.
I don't know how I missed that stab. I hit him in the shoulder, I think. The spy likes to be sniper. He's going down.
We used. Going out. They used. I'm still going out though.
They just popped right as I went for the stab. That's actually a good move. Actually, seems like, because now you're isolating the.
I just felt like they were gonna wave in to cap potentially, so
Yeah.
it's splitting. I mean, that's actually I think one of the most underrated parts of Russian Blast right now is splitting groups up.
Yeah.
Like if a medic's Ubering, I'll try to isolate him. A lot of plays lately. Sniper's dead. I'm trying to flare them from out the side here. Demo speaking top right. Just waiting for a big push to stick the bomb.
Watch for a spy. Oh, yep, he got somebody. I backstabbed the spy as he was invisible.
Kill. There you go, engineer. There you go. I love that sentry spot. It's pretty underrated. I'm just trying to puppy grab the cart right now.
They're underneath. I accidentally pulled out my sapper when I went to stab. They used underneath. By above, pyro.
Medic outside.
Let me see if I can do some sniping.
Kill. It's ambassador time.
I guess they're adding a team mode where it's like classic or something.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh. The scout's hiding in that little spot to the right. The top spawn.
They use on cart, installing. Kill.
Nice.
Yeah, they're about to push, looks like.
There's a soldier above us.
Yeah, it might be the same one trying to bomb our medics.
They use.
Persistently.
He killed me right out of spawn.
We use. Sniper watching top right window. Go. We use crits on cart.
Where did I get sniped from? There's a spy next to us. Arch rolling back, nice. Spy power going underneath.
Yeah. Good. We have. He's got full stock user. Okay, we use outside. Demos on card
Alright.
though.
Why above?
Kill.
I've not been playing very well.
They use install.
Mission ends in
Use. They're on cart. I think a scout snuck by. Yeah. Okay. He's dead. Scout captured.
mission ends in 30 seconds.
Scouts on cart again. That's so bad. Just I hear a direct hit and see it. Like, oh gosh.
Like instantly died, yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna get ready to push, I think. Above, scout.
Wall fire here.
They just got a good snipe, so they're coming in. Yep, they're pushing. Scout on
Kill.
cart. Scout dead, demo on cart. spy retreated. Oh, we just got hit with a rocket randomly while invisible by me.
Is there a spy on dead right here?
I know he went unvis.
Medic.
Sentry down, sentry down.
Protect them.
I had a great angle on the sentry.
We're pushing.
Nice.
Good kill.
Watch for a spy. Should be coming back soon. They pop. Spy scout, I think.
We use top platform.
They only have crits. Spy behind. I'm waiting for the spy to come back. He's probably gonna go underneath because he's ran out of cloak. Got him. Oh, got him for real that time.
Bombing our medic.
Sniper, I killed her. I'm pretty sure that there's spies on cloak or invis.
I'll try to list.
Spy scout. I'm sticking by everybody in the court.
Use on platform.
I should be coming back. Spies usually like to come out of like the little very tip of the corners.
Use scripts. My astronaut training. There you go. Sniping is far back. It's the same one that was doing good last map on first. I think they rotated. Or that might have been Metroid.
Good try, Spy. Good trick stab attempt, but it did not work.
Pretty good spy. Keep watching my back here.
I've been pretty much spy checking as soldier.
Yeah, pretty underrated. It is really funny when you're spy trying to backstab soldier who rocket jump kills you.
Oh, that happens to me all the time. All the time.
Ascending rocket jump kill.
Very tough to deal with.
Dude, I'm still laughing at that spy Office Depot or Home Depot video. The surf map. It's just the context of like people that do go on the surf maps to practice. So someone just took that Home Depot footage. Alright, I'll do one more.
Sounds good. I've been playing the surf maps.
Oh yeah.
They're pretty fun.
There's like any.
Bunny hot maps too.
I was gonna say, is it like a variety of classes or mainly one right now?
So you can play as any class because the movements is all the same.
Yeah.
For the maps, like everybody has the same speed capabilities.
Yeah, I just know there's some made for soldier.
Oh, okay, yeah, those would be like the, what do they call them? Jump
Yeah.
maps. I can barely get through like the beginner tutorial part.
Some of them are like expert Mario 64 levels. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I accidentally joined one and there was like a soldier player in there who was like super good practicing. And I was like, what is this? I never tried this. And he was like, this is probably not the map you don't want to play if you were just starting out. And I was like, yeah, I couldn't get past the first jump.
The first jump, oh, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. It's too hard.
I'm on blue.
Okay. Ooh. Bombing in. Dead.
The control point is being captured.
I think I'm gonna flank. Hold this little corridor to the left. Thank you. I'm gonna do a scorch shot into a bunch of crits.
Alert. The control point is being contested.
Oh dang, I got that quick. They're coming.
We have lost the control point. Alert. The control point is being contested. Alert. The control point is being contested.
they're fighting for them. Oh, he came back.
We have lost the control point.
Scout's probably trying to show up soon.
Yeah, on the right. On the right.
Spy underneath, I think. I'm practicing my damage surfing from the rockets.
It's funny now you
They
pointed
each
out. I think I practice surfing the least when I play Pyro because I'm so used to progressively trying to reflect that stuff back.
I had my scorch shot outside and I shot and didn't have enough time to reflect.
Yeah, I actually
So I
didn't.
just jumped.
I didn't know the term surfing until I got into competitive and some like players were talking about how important surfing is with medic. I was like, what's surfing? And I find out, oh yeah, if you're a medic and they try to throw bombs and rockets at you, you surf that away.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, surfing as like heavy while your guns rev is pretty nuts. So.
Pretty impressive. People are able to control the surf pretty well.
Yeah.
Alert. The control point is being alert. The control point is being contested. Alert. The control point is being captured.
That's up.
We have lost the control point.
Spy going to spawn.
Okay.
Bang.
Alert. Our control point is being captured.
Struggling out here.
Alert. The control point is being captured. We have lost the control point.
Upper medic.
I'll watch for us.
The final control point is being contested.
Probably got me on last. Bombing left.
Control point is being contested.
Almost trick stabbed the Razorback sniper after breaking his shield.
Good kill. The top six on the right.
Alert. Control point is being captured.
Oops.
Control point is being contested.
Thanks.
contested. We have lost the control point.
I'm trying to use those roofs more at mid, like those kind of like sloped roofs.
Yo,
Realizing
my movement's not bad. I'm just missing all my plays.
I've been just trying to practice traversing that midpoint specifically a bit lately. Now that tower where soldiers like to go a lot at the top, Pyro cannot get up there unless he has to step back. But I've been trying to counter flare and stuff.
GG's.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for tuning in. Thank you to our participants in Monday Night Pokemon Showdown. We will be back next Monday, new circuit. So if you were curious about entering, the pre-made teams are in the description. It is Gen 9 All Used, 1 OU, 1 UU, 1 Borderline, 3 RU Pokemon National Dex. Always at 6:30 Central Standard Time. Tomorrow will be Melee, P+, and more TF2 Power Practice. We got some events coming up. This Sunday is our Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament, and some announcements later this week about our Christmas events, including TRK coming to visit. So, should be fun. Community party in December as well. Stay safe out there. Thank you to Acquiring Dads for joining me in TF2. Adios!